2 years, she has also been Vice Dean for Development and External Relations. Nikola Soukupová is a doctoral student and works also as the advisor of the Department of Science and Research. Her key focus areas of interest are modern trends in management and current trends in human resource management. The last member of the Czech team is my colleague from the Department of Applied Mathematics and Informatics, Jana Klicnarová. She is third Vice Dean in our team, namely the Vice Dean for the Science and Research. This does not mean that only Vice Deans solve projects at our faculty. It just so happened that it came together. Jana Klicnarová is a statistician and lectures statistical and mathematical methods in economics, including operation research and decision theory. So it's our introduction. And at this point, I would like to ask our colleagues from the partner universities to also present their teams. We can start with the smallest one-member team from Poland. Mr. Skibinski, please be good enough and tell us a few words about yourself.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank you for the invitation, and I'm glad that I can participate with you in such a very interesting and important project, especially when the process of aging European societies is gaining momentum. My name is Andrew Skibinski, and currently I am lecturer at the Department of Economics, Investment and Real Estate at the Faculty of Management of Częstochowa University of Technology in Poland. My research interests revolve around demography, social policy, labor market, and also a new approach to human resources management. I also research to influence demographic problems to environmental protection. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your short self-introduction. And I dare to call upon Marietta Kish or something from the Hungarian team. Please let us know your team.
Thank you very much. And thank you for the invitation for this event. First of all, I would like to introduce my only colleague who participates here. He's János Szenderák, and he's assistant lecturer at the Institute of Rural Development, Tourism and Sports Management. And his main research topic covers different aspects of agricultural economics. And my name is Marietta Kish, and I am working for the Institute of Marketing and Commerce. My research topics cover food marketing, nutritional marketing. However, I defended my PhD thesis in the topic of European welfare states. And besides my colleague János and myself, there are 3 other group members who unfortunately cannot participate today's event. One of them is Károly Pető, who is a professor from our faculty. He is the dean and the head of the Institute of Regional Development, Tourism and Sports Marketing, and his research topics cover rural development and regional economics. And Professor Dr. Zoltán Szakály is the Vice Dean and the head of the Institute of Marketing and Commerce. And his research topics include food marketing and nutritional marketing. And the last member from our team is Ágnes Virág Kiss, who is assistant professor in the Institute of Marketing and Commerce as well. And we are all from the University of Debrecen, Faculty of Economics and Business. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The Slovak teams consists of two institutions, Comenian University in Bratislava and from our colleagues from Nitra. I can see our colleague from Bratislava, so I would like to ask our colleague from Nitra, please. Nitra.
Okay, hello. So thank you for this opportunity to
I'm sorry, I'm very nervous.
to participate at this project. So we are nervous too, so no problem, we understand it. So let me introduce our research team. First of all, we are from the Slovak University of Agriculture in Nitra, Faculty of Economics and Management. Members of our team, actually our team leader is Zuzana Poláková. Then other members of our team, Eva Matejková, Miriam Pietriková, and myself, I will have the role of presenter and also translator. My name is Josef Valkovič. So our research is focused on the issue of on the demographic issues, on issue of food security, sustainability. Currently, we have a research project focused on the food security issue. In the past, we also had some research project focused on the issue of demographics and sustainable development. And I think actually that's all important.
Thank you very much. Thanks to all the teams for their introduction. And now allow me to inform you briefly about our project. I can share the screen. Yeah. Population aging, as you know, is an important demographic process that has come into prominence in present. The current age structure of the Visegrad countries' population has regressing character. It's the result of the demographic behavior of recent decades, especially fewer births, rising life expectancy, migration, declining fertility rates, etc. An evaluation of the current situation and causes of demographic aging of Visegrad countries in the broader context of their historical development and their subsequent comparison will allow identifying weaknesses or bottlenecks concerning potential coping with the consequences of aging in Visegrad countries. A comparison of preparation strategies for demographic aging in these states and also related proposed changes in pensions, social and health care systems, etc. Will make it possible to identify the positives that can inspire other Visegrad members. The solution also includes population projections for Visegrad countries and subsequent collation of the expected changes of their demographic structures, together with an analysis of economic, labor reproduction, pensions reforms, potential employments in services for elderly, social financing and availability of health and social services, intergenerational relations, protections of seniors, health and active aging, etc. There are many topics and other results. The analysis of demographic aging in Visegrad countries should also include at least partial involvement of soft factors. For this reason, a survey was carried out of important public authorities and other experts responsible for preparing the Visegrad regions for demographic aging at various administrative levels. We can see our main goals, which I told, and our teams. And this table shows the fulfillment of individual project goals in this time. So you can see some topics are done. I have already finished chapters of our future monograph, and something goals are in progress. Something about our monograph. The resulting monograph will consist of 3 parts. Partial analysis of the development of demographic aging process in individual Visegrad states, including an outline of future development. The second is comparison of the process in Visegrad states, recommendations for mitigating the consequences of this process in the future also. And this monograph will be published in English, but in connection to the changes of our budget, which were caused COVID pandemic, we decided to prepare also electronic versions of the monograph in Polish, Hungarian, and common Czech, Slovak. So they will be also available in national languages. So I think that's shortly all to our project. This short presentation, I think, is sufficient, and we can start our program. This morning, we are going to discuss contribution to section A, history and present day population development in Visegrad countries. So I would like to ask for the first contribution, Mr. Skibinski. Please, you can start with your introductory speech.
Okay, I will starting. You cannot start share while the other participant is sharing screen.
A prosím, Renko, prestaň sdílet len obrazovku, děkuji.
Jak to mám udělat?
Ukončit sdílení. Já přijdem. One moment, please.
Okay, I'm waiting.
Because I am used to work with Microsoft Teams.
A little technical problems.
Yeah. The problem is before the computer.
Okay.
Stop share. Yeah, I can see. It's okay.
I will try again.
Už to mám.
Okay. Okay, moving on to my speech, the title of my presentation concerned demographic population aging and comparative analysis of particular populations of the Visegrad Group countries. In presentation, I will focus on the following points: introduction, research method, causes of population aging, demographic aspect of population, and dynamic of population aging, for example, of Visegrad Group countries. And finally, I'm going to conclusion. As an introduction, I would like to say the population aging is a global phenomenon today, affecting all regions and almost all countries across the world. But however, a very uneven process. In the last several years, Central and Eastern European countries have seen the rate of population aging most faster than in the European Union in general. During the study of literature, I remember that survey emphasizing the fact that Europe has been aging since the mid-19th century, warned against underestimating the impact of this process on the lives of individual and entire societies. Currently, the demographic literature on the aging of population is very extensive, and multi-fact is aging is analyzed in relation to many aspects of research area. For example, medical, economic management, and also education and social security issue. I mean, a pension system, healthcare, etc., etc. So, to prepare this presentation and publication, and I also prepare based on the two research methods. The first method of them, I used aging index. The aging index based on the point differences between the share of the young and population, and then economic aging index based on the point changes in the economic age group. So if we look at for the first index, it's the value of demographic aging index are positive. It means that the population is aging intensively. Negative value testify on the regeneration of population. But in the second index, economic aging index, based on the assumption that the increase in the share of population in pre-working and mobile working age leads to regeneration societies. But on the other hand, the increase in the proportion of individual in both non-mobile working and post-working leads to the aging populations. Its value may range from minus 200 to plus 100. Second research method is the demographic aging scale. The first table shows that the row set determined the characteristic of individual group. For example, if we look at for the group 4, the value of 12 and above define the demographic old age of population. But the second table is based on the demographic aging scale on the median age. For example, median age value of 35 and more characterizes the very old population type. So the first main of point presentation concern causes of population aging. Population aging, we know that is consequence of the demographic transition, consists the decrease in fertility and mortality, feature characteristic of 4 phases of demographic transition. But the modern demographic transition has 5 stages of present reproduction of population. Of course, I also based on the concept of second demographic transition. This is the concept that was prepared by the Dirk van de Lestre. This concept presents the reasons for aging of societies as the decline in fertility below the replacement generation, which resulting from changes in social, moral, and cultural norms. I mean, postponing procreation plans, professional careers, cohabitation, a relationship, live it apart together, delayed in marriages, or increase in divorce rate. But theories explain the causes of changes, especially in the field of fertility, include also Caldwell fertility decline theory, the theory of hypothesis Easterlin, Lichtenstein population growth theory concept, as also Gary Becker economic approach. Of course, migratory movements may also cause an aging of population in area from which young people emigrated or for which advanced age migrants have arrived. But there may also be reverse tendencies. For example, regeneration of some resident area. Well, I mean, France and Great Britain, of course. There is no doubt that the migration process is very, very important and determining also the progress of population aging. Soon this point of presentation, I would like to say the review of theories presented can be very, very helpful in finding the cause of aging of many societies, especially, for example, of Visegrad countries. So next point of my presentation concern on demographic aspect of population aging. We know that the reasons for aging process seem obvious. First of all, human life is getting longer, and consequently, the number of the share of the elderly individual age 65 and above in population increase. Secondly, the number of birth and decreasing, and as consequence, the share of the young population, age especially between 0 to 14. In subsequent generation is smaller. However, the fact may not be obvious to everyone is the population aging is an irreversible process, especially in a foreseeable future. So the table 3 presents the basic data, present the of course, changes in the process of population aging. Of course, I also awareness the fact that conducting such analysis in region perspective is additionally hindered by changes in the administrative division of the study unit and limited available data, historical data in particular. So the year 1970 was take the starting point from the comparison due to the fact that the mid-60s many Western European countries observed in decrease in fertility below the replacement generation, causing narrower reproduction of populations. So the data presented in this table show that the first period of analysis, all Visegrad countries experience population growth. The largest population growth was seen in Poland and Slovakia, but the lowest in Hungary and Czech Republic. But since between 1970 and 1990, a negative migration ballast was recorded in the analysis group of countries except Hungary. The dynamics of population growth was mainly influenced by differences between values of birth and death rates and total fertility rates. But in countries where the fertility rate reached the value below 2.1, did not guarantee replacement generation. In the second period of analysis after 1919, a marked decline in fertility rates can be observed in all Visegrad countries, of course, below replacement generation, and the impact of migration balance. The largest population growth was seen in Slovakia and Czech Republic, the lowest in Poland. So there is no doubt that the demographic changes observed is early in the 1960s, characteristic of Western European and Scandinavian societies, were initiated in the earliest among the Visegrad countries in the Czech Republic and Hungary. So next point of presentation concerns an assessment of degree population aging in the Visegrad countries. I would like to say that from demographic point of view, the starting point for any study of aging process is the age structure. Its main driving force behind all demographic process, determining the extent the natural movements of population, partly migratory, and the source for determining the population life potential and growth and securing the continuity of generation. At the same time, the age structure of given society is determining this demographic process. If we look at for the next slide, the presented distribution, especially if we look at for the table 4, indicate that the Rosset scale show the clear differentiations of pace of aging in this group of countries. Confirmed the thesis that among the Visegrad countries, it was the Czech Republic and Hungary. The process, in this case, of population aging was initiated the earliest since in early 1970, these countries, but were in the late transition phase between the state of demographic youth and old age is called early aging phase. But on the other hand, the population in Poland and Slovakia was in early stage of this transition. But in the context of period of analysis, since 1919, the Visegrad countries have going through successive stage of aging. The distribution described is confirmed by the fact that since 1919, population in Czech Republic and Hungary is already characteristic by the initial state of demographic old age, and Poland and Slovakia by the late transition phase. I mean the early aging. But in 2019, after 50 years later, the Visegrad countries were in advance in this case of Poland, and highly advanced in this case of Czech Republic and Poland and Slovakia and Hungary, state of demographic aging. Finally, analyzing this data, I would like to say the causes of differentiations in scale of the age between the Visegrad countries should be sought in the irregular age structure of population. As a consequence, the shift the demographic high and demographic low cohorts through different age group. This means that the process of population aging and will continue to take place unevenly across generation. But on the other hand, the demographic structure of European countries, in particular in the case of developed countries, is characterized by the relatively small deformation. In this case of Poland, the scale and pace of population aging was significantly influenced by period of demographic high and demographic low cohorts. Next point concerned the dynamic of population aging. I mentioned that using demographic and economic aging indicators, it's possible to indicate of changes in population aging between Visegrad countries. If we look at for the first period of analysis in 1970, the pace of demographic aging is quite different in Visegrad countries. Demographic aging value in this period were negative for Poland and Czech Republic, which could indicate that the Polish population until 1919 and Czech Republic 1980 were still in the regeneration phase. But for Slovakia and Hungary, the demographic aging values were positive, indicating the population aging has already started. The most intensive process of population aging took place in Hungary. So the second period of analysis, the fast rate of population aging was seen in Poland and Slovakia. I would like to say that the differences in the demographic aging values between the Visegrad countries may have been mainly due to the changes in the proportion of subpopulation of children, and the elderly took place in slightly different mainly during this period. But very important is the analysis economic aging value from the point of the view labor market. So in this case, until the 1919, the economic values from the Czech Republic, Poland and Slovakia were favorable to regeneration of population. But in Hungary, on the other hand, the economic aging value was indicated a rather rapid rate of population aging. After 1919, the fast aging of the working age fractions among Visegrad countries took place in Poland and Slovakia. But the dynamics of the population aging process, taking into account different parameters of the population age structure, showed the diversity and studied phenomenon. So furthermore, the process of aging of the working age population is progressing, unfortunately, dynamically, which is very important, especially in the point of the view labor market, and certainly requires a multi-fact and interdisciplinary approach, especially in the field of human resources management. So this analysis is also complemented by the presentation increase in the share of population age 65 years and above between 2000 and 2019, and also increase the share of this population includes the demographic projection. Analyzing this data must be concluded that the aging of the Europe population is currently distinguished not only by the strong dynamic this process, but also is currently rare, in particular against the background this phenomenon in other parts of the world. So this raises question of the demographic future. In particular, if we look at for the figure 3, the presented data indicate the oldest part of the Europe will be the part where the modern change in population reproduction has started in the last. For example, this eastern part, including the Visegrad countries. In contrast, the advance of aging will be the weakness, and the will, in principle, already lost momentum in Western European countries, among those that pioneered the demographic transition and paved the way in terms of aging. What does that mean? And this is the situation confirmed by the fact that the former Eastern Bloc countries, not only Visegrad countries, I mean also Baltic state, Ukraine, Bulgaria, Romania, also the increase the percentage of individual age 65 and above, it's most noticeable, but unfortunately, in this case of Poland, will be the most advanced country in the process of population aging, not only in comparison to Visegrad country, but in the entirely European Union. Going to conclusion, I would like to say the analysis have shown that the Visegrad countries are characteristic by the lowered population growth, a very intensive population aging process. In my opinion, is that the process of population aging cannot be stopped, but action can be taken to mitigate this process through, for example, intensive pronatalistic policies, solution based on the professional activism and the elderly, and the new approach to many aspects of social and economic life societies. Also, the preparation of monographs and scientific publication may be helpful in increasing social awareness of contemporary demographic trends. But it seems to me that the main conclusion is the analysis is that the process of population aging should not be treated only in the context of demographic catastrophe, because this process should be treated as the phenomenon, as a challenge, as new approach to any aspect of social life. I hope so that I didn't exceed the presentation time significantly. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for your excellent introductory report. I listened to it with great interest. And I can ask, does someone have any question, please? We can start a small discussion. So I have a question. I was interested in one fact. You said that demographic aging in Europe started in the mid of 19th century.
Yes, of course.
Could you please explain it in a more detail?
General, especially if we look at for the demographic transition theory, and if we look at for the data based on the fertility and mortality rates to Western and Scandinavian countries, this process was begin in the 1960s. But I proved that in 1970, in the East European countries, initiated this process. Population aging is determined by many factors. For example, in sociology was called Westernization process, especially implemented to East European country after transformation economy, I mean 1919. But this process, especially in the case of European East societies, is beginning faster than Western European and Scandinavian countries. This is a phenomenon, especially in the demographic aspects.
Yes, thank you very much. Does any more questions, please? If no, I do not expect the discussions to follow absolutely all contributions. We have planned a general discussion afternoon, so if you will have some question, you can discuss afternoon. I will call upon a representative of the Slovak team to know us with this contribution focused on population development in Visegrad countries. Please let us know your contribution. Someone from Nitra.
So, hello, thank you. I try to share my screen. Okay, I hope you can see it. Does it work? Yes, now it should work. Okay. The focus of our analysis was the population development in the 4 countries. So actually, I'll skip a brief introduction. So let's move to demographic development in V4. So our analysis is focused on Central European countries, and actually our analysis follows steps as they are mentioned in the bottom part. So we will start with population movements, then we will analyze natality, mortality, natural increase, migration, and also marriage and divorce rates. So we will go through these steps. Actually, our analysis is quite brief, describing development of these variables in Central European countries, and the further results will be included in monograph. So actually, our analysis is based on the data from national statistical offices of these countries. It's necessary to mention the data from national offices are different from data provided by Eurostat, which is interesting. And one more problem, there is a problem with missing data about migration in Hungary. So a long-term data about migration in Hungary. So I don't know, maybe our colleagues had the same problem, or if you have this kind of data, maybe you can help us with further analysis. Our analysis includes periods of years since 1950. Actually, we wanted to analyze the whole post-war period, but data are available only since 1950 and not for all countries. And actually, there is significant impact of migration on population movement, especially in last 6 years. So when we look at the population or average population in the 4 countries, you can see it on this figure. There is a very similar development in population of Hungary, or trend in population of Hungary and Czech Republic, and also similar trend of population in Slovak Republic and Poland. Similar trend in the first part until the 80s, and then you can see that after this period trends are different. If we show the population as the share, you can see what was the change between years 1950 and 1950 and 2019. So actually, proportionally, there were no significant changes. So actually, what influenced the population movement most in analyzed period? So similar development until 1980, After this period, increase in Slovak Republic and Czech Republic, and you can notice decrease in Hungary and Poland, decrease in population. Actually, in Czech Republic, there were continuous increase of population until 70s, then some negative changes in 70s, 80s, 90s, and so on. In Hungary, you can see the growth until 1980s and then continuous decrease. In Hungary, the population development was influenced by very high mortality compared to previous period. In Poland, there were recorded high natality, but also few immigration waves. Actually, Poland can be characterized by very strong immigration, which influenced population development in this country. And maximum population reached Poland in 2011. Decrease between 1980 and 2005 and continued population growth. In Slovak Republic, it's quite interesting that there was recorded increase since 1950, but there are negative tendency every 10 years. So 1960, 1970, 1990, and 2000, every 10 years is a repeated negative movement or negative swing in population development. So when we compare development of population for decades, or when we compare the beginning of our analysis and the period when our analysis finished, so 1950 and 2019, you can see index of change of the population between these two periods. So the most significant change was recorded in Poland and Slovak Republic, where population increased by 53 and 57%. And you can notice that in Hungary, the change of the population is very small, only 4%. So in Hungary, the population movement wasn't so significant, which was influenced, as was presented before, there was recorded quite significant mortality. In Czech Republic, the difference was 19.5% compared to year 1950. Now there is presented natality. Actually, previous presentation talked about fertility development, so we can relate it to what was already said. As you can see, at the beginning of the analysis was difference between we four countries quite significant. Natality in Czech Republic and Hungary was similar, and also natality in Slovak Republic was similar to natality in Poland. So usually the most of analyzed variables were these two pairs of countries similar. Then development of natality convert together, and nowadays when you look at the end of this chart, you can see the natality in V4 countries is quite similar in all countries. So there was recorded continuous decrease from the beginning of analyzed period, with slight increase in 70s, but then decrease continued until what we can say until now. Only a slight increase after the year 2000. So when we compare natality using box plots, you can see that variability was the highest in Poland and Slovak Republic. Also, average values was the highest in Slovak Republic, and the smallest average value of natality was average, and also median value of natality was recorded in Hungary. When we compare minimum values, you can notice that minimum values of natality are quite similar. So few words which is necessary to mention in relation to natality. It's important to mention that natality is related to number of women in reproductive age. And we recorded in period 1950 to 1960 decline of natality in all V4 countries. After 1989, all V4 countries changed from countries with the highest natality in Europe to countries with the smallest natality in Europe. So now the situation is not very good. And there were a slight increase, maybe you notice, after year 2000, but this increase was stopped by crisis in years 2008 and 2009. And at the end of analyzed periods, what was already mentioned, the natality is very similar in all V4 countries. So there are a few facts which could influence natality in analyzed period. One of them, Czechoslovakia, actually agreed law which allowed abortion in 1957, which led to stagnation of natality in this period. Mid-60s increase of natality as the effect of promised law about extended length of maternity leave, but this didn't pass, so then continued decreasing trend. Development in Czech Republic and Slovak Republic was quite similar before year 1993. After this period, Czech Republic continued with slight increase of natality as a consequence of good age structure and pro-population policy measures. Actual development was similar also in Slovak Republic. Hungary, actually in 1954, there was cancellation of tax for childless. There were some social changes in Hungary, especially in period after year 1956, when there was people's uprising, was influenced by strong immigration. And also in Hungary, it's also lack of young people, or in this period was lack of young people in production age, which led to a decrease in birth rates. Which is important in development for Hungary. In period 1960 to 1973, there were recorded more abortions than live births, which also led to decrease in population. In Poland, the increase of natality after war continued for several decades, and decrease of natality in 1989 due to political changes. I think this was actually this influenced almost all V4 countries. So there is overall comparison of descriptive statistics for natality. As you can see, the highest natality was recorded in Poland and Slovak Republic, and the smallest natality in Hungary. Then we can relate it to mortality. There is slightly different development. As you can see at the beginning of the analyzed period, mortality was similar in all V4 countries, but over the analyzed period it changed, and at the end of analyzed period there is highest mortality recorded in Hungary, and Slovak Republic and Poland and Czech Republic are quite similar. In this case, mortality in Czech Republic and Poland at the end of analyzed period is similar, and mortality in Slovak Republic is the smallest from all analyzed V4 countries. So when we compare average values, you can see highest average mortality in Hungary, and also smallest average means the average value for the whole analyzed period in Poland. And as you can see, there is very small variability in Slovak Republic and the highest variability in Hungary related to mortality. So few facts about mortality. Until 1950, high as the effect of war followed by decrease in post-war period. So at the beginning of analyzed period, initial decrease of mortality, and a positive development in mortality was as the consequence of reduction of infant mortality. I'm sorry for this error in my slide, because happened something when I copied the translation. So positive development of mortality, which means decrease in mortality in this period, reduction of infant mortality, successful treatment, improvement in medical healthcare, control of epidemiological situation, and also mandatory vaccination. At the beginning of 60s, historical lowest values of mortality in all WIFO countries were recorded. After 1989, also continued decreased tendency in mortality related to improved healthcare, exchange of experiences related to healthcare, and to access to new medical treatments. Here is the comparison of descriptive statistics for mortality in all WIFO countries. As you can see, actually what was already mentioned. The highest mortality in Hungary, smallest one, smallest average mortality in Poland. When you compare maximum values, also the highest maximum value was recorded in Hungary, and the smallest minimum value was all recorded in Poland. When we get natality and mortality together, we are getting to natural increase. So the change in the population caused by natality and mortality. At the beginning of analysis period, or now again, you can see similar tendency in natural increase of population in Czech Republic and Hungary, and similar tendency of natural increase population in Slovak Republic and Poland. So from initial values, natural increase had decreasing tendency. Actually, it copies the tendency in natality from initial values in 1950. Natural increase decreased. There was slightly positive tendency in 70s, but then continuous decrease until now. Actually, you can see a slightly improved situation in Czech Republic, and also little improvement in Slovak Republic after year 2000. So when we compare natural increase, the highest average value for analyzed period were recorded in Poland and Slovak Republic, and the smallest natural increase value was recorded in Hungary. So a few words about natural increase. Since 1950, similar development in all WIFO countries, mostly negative. So the tendency of natural increase was quite similar in all analyzed countries. Gross mortality rate grew faster in all WIFO countries. In 70s, there was recorded positive change, higher natality increase faster than mortality. Since 1980, development in WIFO countries was similar. And since 1990, negative values in all WIFO countries with several few positive swings. So natural increase tendency in past few years is not very positive. Also, we can compare average values, and as you can see in Hungary, the average value for the whole period in case of natural increase is very small, only 0.5. Average value was the highest in Slovak Republic. Once again, that's the average value for the whole period, 7.05. Actually, the maximum value was recorded in Poland, and the minimum value, which means the maximum negative natural increase, was recorded in Hungary. When we compare actual live births, mortality, and natural increase, we can use Sunray plots. As you can see, Sunray plots are used to compare tendency or to compare situation in different countries. As you can see, Slovak Republic is very similar to Poland, and Czech Republic is quite similar to Hungary. So the population, or the overall population development, is related also to migration. Migration is it's a very actual problem these days. So as you can see, there is a problem with migration data for Hungary. So analysis or data for migration in Hungary starts in 1990. So it wasn't analyzed migration in Hungary before this period. At the beginning in 1950, there was significant difference in these three countries, Slovak Republic, Czech Republic, and Poland. As you can see, immigration then converged together, so similar tendency in migration in all V4 countries. And after year 2000, there was very strong increase in immigration in Czech Republic. So there was recorded this swing in Czech Republic. And you can notice increasing tendency of migration also in last years, especially in Czech Republic and in Hungary, and also tendency in Slovak Republic and Poland in last years is very similar. So a few words about migration differences between V4 countries. Actually, we can conclude that percentage of net migration in V4 countries is more than 1%. And according to other researchers, 1% increase of GDP per capita in destination country compared to country of origin increased migration flows by 1.7%. This works in bilateral way. So according to results of our other researchers, this should influence the migration flows. Current problem in V4 countries is loss of qualified workforce or without replacement. So actually domestic people immigrates and this lost workforce isn't replaced properly, which is related once again also to population aging. Replacement of workforce from Eastern countries, especially in Czech Republic and Slovak Republic, is workforce replaced by Russian and Ukrainians. Poland is typical immigration country, and there is a fact that 2.5 million of Poland people are abroad. And interesting fact is immigration from Poland was maximum in 2004, which was among the highest migration in the world. In absolute values, was high migration only in Mexico, and in relative expression, in relative values, was high migration only in Romania. In a few years, Czech Republic becomes a new destination country for migration, and 4.7% of population in Czech Republic are from abroad. From this proportion of immigrants, 22.5 comes from Ukraine, 21.7 comes from Slovak Republic, and 7% from Russia. So these groups of people, these groups of immigration are the largest groups of immigrants in Czech Republic. Then increased number of women and children in case of immigration, which is interesting because in past mostly males immigrate and sent their money to their families in their domestic country, but these days immigrates whole families abroad, so also included women and children. Period after 2004 can be characterized by small migration. In Slovak Republic was the lowest ratio of immigrants to population. Since 90s, increased immigration, and also in Slovak Republic was immigration after 90s influenced mostly by movement of headquarters of large companies to Slovakia and by foreign investments here. So it increased migration in Slovak Republic. In Hungary, as it was mentioned before, there are missing long-term data, but otherwise for data or for period we had data in Hungary, there was small migration rate. Actually, we can conclude that natural increase is continuously substituted by migration increase of population in past few years. So, okay, I will make it brief. So let's go to interesting fact, when we get together migration increase and natural increase, we can compare it with web diagram. First, I would like to introduce you, maybe you already worked with web diagram. In upper part of this diagram, if country will be in upper part, it means natural increase. In bottom part, it means natural decrease. In the right field, it means migration increase. In the left field, it means migration decrease. We compared few periods, 1990s, 2000 and 2010 and 2019 for all WIPO countries. As you can see, in 1990, Slovak Republic and Poland was in field of migration increase. Czech Republic was in slight migration of natural increase, but Hungary was in the field actually of migration decrease. In 1990, it was in the field in the border between migration decrease and natural increase, but then Hungary continued in 2000, in 2010 and 2019 clearly to the field when there was recorded migration decrease in population. Czech Republic moved from the field, moved to the field of natural decrease over the period 2000, 2010 and 2019, which is interesting. Poland moved from migration increase in 1990 to migration decrease in 2019. And Slovak Republic moves between migration increase and natural increase of population. Actually, we can conclude that in most of the periods in Hungary, natural increase was smaller than migration decrease. And in Slovak Republic, a natural increase was smaller than migration increase. So we had also part about marriage rate and divorce rate, but just very briefly, because I spent a lot of time talking about migration and population development, so marriage and divorces are not so important. As you can see, we can divide WIPO countries to conservative countries, which are Slovak Republic and Poland, and to let's say progressive countries, which are Czech Republic and Hungary, which is significant, especially when we are talking about divorce rate. So you can notice a continuous decrease in marriage rate. There were only increase only in periods of 70s, which actually copied natality tendency, and decrease continued until 2000 with slight increase. At the end of analyzed period is significant, especially in Hungary. Divorce rate, as you can see, significant differences between Hungary, Czech Republic, and Slovak Republic and Poland. So this is divorce rate, and divorce rate continuously increased. Only in Poland there was recorded significant decrease in divorce rates in 90s. And we can conclude also that divorce rates converge together. So at the end of analyzed period, divorce rate in Slovak Republic, Poland and Hungary is quite similar. The highest divorce rate currently is recorded in Czech Republic. Actually, this is just conclusion of what was already shown in diagrams and charts. So there is continuous decrease in marriage rate, increase in divorce rate and situation. The rate, the difference of the tendency was very similar in all WIPO countries. So comparison, the highest actually average marriage rate was very similar in all WIPO countries. Divorce rate, smallest average divorce rate was recorded in Poland. Highest divorce rate for the whole analyzed period was recorded in Czech Republic. The final slide, final comparison of all WIPO countries. using summary plots. As you can see in the upper right part, the description of the axis in this diagram. And as you can see, what was already said in previous slides, the situation in Czech Republic and Hungary, or tendency in Czech Republic and Hungary is quite similar. The significant differences only the most significant differences in marriage rate, and also situation in Poland, or tendency, let's say better said, the tendency in Poland and Slovak Republic is also similar, also with significant difference in tendency in marriage rate. So thank you for your attention. This was all from our results, and we will offer additional results of our analysis in future monograph. So thank you.
Thank you for your interesting contribution. And now it's time for questions. Is anyone interested in contributing to the discussion?
I have one question. I would like to ask you, did you consider only Eurostat data or also national statistic when analyzes quantitative data? Thank you.
I already mentioned it. We considered only national data. So we used only national offices or national statistical offices data. So we didn't consider the Eurostat data. And that's why actually we are missing part of the data for Hungary.
Thank you.
Have you any other questions about this problem?
Yes, I would like to ask you, Josef, you said that migration has had a significant impact last 6 years. I would like to ask you, how does Czech population affect migration to the future? What is your personal opinion on this phenomenon? You are mute.
So actually we will see what the data will be, but because there is Brexit will influence migration very significantly, I think so. So we will see actually what will be the reality, but we expect increase in immigration, because migration is a very significant factor last years, and I think it will be even more significant in upcoming years. So I think we actually presented that there is a negative tendency natural increase, but this negative tendency natural increase will be replaced, let's say, by migration decrease. So there is necessary to replace workforce, and this workforce will be replaced by immigrants mostly. So yes. I expect increasing tendency in migration in upcoming years.
Okay.
So I have one question. Maybe I am interested much more in more detail, but you mentioned very high mortality in an analyzed period in Hungary. I think it was 60s or
yes.
I remember. Do you know something about causes of this very high mortality?
Actually, mortality in Hungary was very high in whole analyzed period. It was very high in the 60s. There was some kind of uprising in the 60s, but it continued in very high values also in 80s and actually until right now. So I don't know how to explain this fact, but mortality in Hungary was quite high over the whole analyzed period. So my colleague told me that maybe it would be interesting to relate mortality in Hungary to age structure. So maybe there is some kind of relation, but currently I don't know how to explain this fact.
Maybe our colleagues from Hungary could help us. Anything?
I don't know exactly the reasons. However, I think the health situation in Hungary is very bad. So there are a lot of non-communicable diseases among Hungarian people. For example, Hungary is the 4th in the world in terms of overrating. So I think that's the reason that the health is very bad in Hungary, but I don't know.
It's a very complex problem. Yes.
Yeah,
Thank you very much. Yeah.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
I think there's another reason. Sorry for my camera. I think there's another reason that Hungary is relatively late recognized this problem. I think relative to the other countries. So in not just in demography, but in agriculture and in every kind of field. Like if you look at Slovakia, Poland, or the Czech Republic, they usually took action much sooner than Hungary, and I think that's late period. That's few years of delay can contribute a lot to these trends in terms of demographic, because and the health situation is the worst in not just I think among the V4 countries, but I think Hungary has the worst health situation in the whole European Union. So we have the most obese people, and we have all of these diseases. So the general health situation is very bad, and that can be seen right now during the pandemic, that we have a very high number of deaths daily. And I think that's a result of a long-term, how to say, the lack of change, because we usually recognize these facts that we have to change very lately. And maybe that's contributed to these trends. And now we recognize that we have to do something against the demographic changes. And we have all of these governmental programs to boost the population and to help the younger people to build houses and take children and things like that. But, like we kind of late to the party right now. So we will see these effects, I think, after like 1 or 2 decades sooner.
Thank you very much. Have anyone else anything to say? Josef, you said that Czech Republic had higher counts of abortions than
Sorry, this was recorded in Hungary in a certain period. A higher number of abortions than
abortions.
I'm not sure, but I mentioned it in yes. relation to Hungary.
Yes. So it's a misunderstanding. So if no, we can continue. If we have no questions, we can continue with the next contribution. And I would like ask to our colleague Zuzana Dvořáková-Líšková with her contribution. Structure institutions. Líšková, yeah, I'm sorry. Structure institutions involved and their activities and adopted policies.
She apologized. She must provide technical support for another event. The contribution will be presented by colleague Iveta Šidelářová.
Yeah. So, hello everybody. I am ready to present Zuzana's presentation and also Nicola's paper. And I would like to kindly ask Nicola to support me if there will be any detailed question or detailed needs from your side. So let me introduce myself briefly. I'm a PhD student here on economic faculty. And I'm working with Zuzana on a regional department. So we are colleagues together and working very closely. So let me introduce the presentation. Can I share the screen? Yes. Okay. Do you see my presentation?
Yes.
Okay. So let's start with the economic challenges we are facing, and these are two main facts, like sustainability of public pension system, which has negative changes to old age dependency ratio, and also there is shrinking of labor supply. So demographic change reduces population of working age, and these will treat the economic growth. In Europe, it is used in the context of population aging, the term active aging, and from 1990s is active aging embodied into many of the European policy frameworks, with main aims to extend working lives and discourage early retirement. Components of active aging includes three main facts, and this is security of living, so that means social and financial needs of people, health maintaining, that means health and social care services, and social participation. This includes active engagement and civic participation. Let me introduce examples of public policies within the active aging policies domains. There are three public active aging policies domains, and these are pension system, employment, and healthcare. These three are the main important domains. Pension systems, as we all know, there is a change in retirement age, so the population is more elderly, and there is a need of reformation of the pension system, the change in the level of insurance, and also the change in retirement income. The second one, healthcare, faced with increase of life expectancy and healthy life years, and its healthcare focus on more effective healthcare system, using more financing in private sector, support informal elder care, preventive health interventions, and adoption of healthy lifestyles. So it means to support more health of people in terms of also prevention, not only the curbing the consequences of the health. The third one is employment, and this domain support programs for supporting employment 50 plus, lifelong learning concepts. Also, it includes active aging policy, supporting of implementation of age management, and social protection over time. This also will transfer population aging into an opportunity for society and order. So there is no only threats, but also opportunities in the all economic system, and in terms of employment. Also, young people can be connected with the old people or elderly population more actively. Definition of three main facts is according World Health Organization, and that defines aging society, age society, and hyper-age society. And World Health Organization defines aging society as society with more than 7% of population that is over 65 years. The second level is age society, as one with the age group over 65 with more than 14% in the population, and hyper age society is a society where the rate is greater than 20%. So it's 1/5 of the population. So very high number. Time trend for population aging in V4 countries is in this table processed by our team, and we have information when there was level of aging society, age society, and hyper age society in all the countries overcount. So 7% was overcount in Czech Republic. There is estimation in 1945. In Hungary, 1941, Poland, 1966, and Slovakia, 1962. Age society, 15% was in Czech Republic, 2005, Hungary, 1993, so it was very early, and Poland, 2012, and Slovakia is the latest, 2015. And when we have a look on the hyper age society, so last year was crucial for Czech Republic and Hungary, and in Poland and Slovakia, the situation will be expected. In Czech Republic, situation like that, Czech Republic is taken the 3rd place between European Union members with the largest population, with 65 plus people. The proportion of seniors will increase even 35% of the population that will be reached in 2050, and number of economically active persons will be decreasing. So there is a big problem. Czech Republic also in pension policies is facing the main threats. So the change of pension system into 3 pillars, increasing of retirement age, almost average 65 in 2020, and increasing of period minimum paid insurance 29 years. So there is also employment policies from 2003 and 2017 solved with the national programs of preparation for aging, and these 3 programs focused on active aging, age management, environment, and community of old people. So there were taken solutions in employment policies, and healthcare and elder care policies is focusing on improving health and healthcare in old age as a part of national programs of preparation for aging. Also, there is a national action plan for Alzheimer's disease and related illnesses. Let's have a look on the situation in Poland. Poland, with 38 million residents, has the 8th largest population in Europe. The number of people aged 65 plus in Poland is lower than European countries average, but this percentage is expected to increase steadily. Poland is considered a highly endangered country by population aging, and based on the population projection, almost 27% of the population is projected to be 65 plus in 2030 due to main phenomena. So there is a low fertility rate, lengthening life expectancy, large-scale immigration of working age, so immigration is a big problem, and strong political resistance to immigration. So there is also political issue on political interest not to support immigration of young people from other countries. So Poland, 3 domains like pension policies, employment policies, healthcare and elder care policies are mentioned in the table. So regarding pension policies, there is a change of pension system into 3 pillars. First pillar is obligatory according to the principle pay as you go. Increasing of retirement age was in 2020 in average 62.5 years for a Polish population. The period minimum paid insurance is 20.5 years, and national defined contribution pension system were included in the Polish pension policy. Regarding employment policies, there is a program from 2008, Solidarity Between the Generations. Between years 2014 and 2020, there was a government program for senior citizens social activity. And since 2019, there is a 75 plus care program. Regarding healthcare and elder care policies, there is preconditions for long-term senior policies in Poland. So this strategic document where in 2014 and 2020, and obligation of co-payment for LTC by family. So there is a summary for Poland market, and regarding Slovakia, there is expected negative aspects for population aging, and the ratio of elderly people to the total population will rise, and up to 2080, it is expected to more than double. And so it is regarding the 65 plus population. And in Slovakia, there has even a key priority for suitable development in the context of the population aging, and it calls the silver economic, and it should be adopted up to 2030. So Slovakia is reacting on the current demographic situation with the silver economy program. Regarding the pension policies, there is also the change of pension system into 3 pillars, increasing of retirement age is also as in the previous countries, and period minimum paid insurance is 15 years. Regarding employment policies, in 1992, the first program in protection of elderly people was introduced in Slovakia. There is also program active aging from since 2013, and between the years 2014 and 2020 was developed national program for active aging. Healthcare and elderly care policies fight with the life expectancies, which is expected 77.4 years, and there is reform of healthcare system since 2003. Regarding the last state, Hungary has projected a strong recovery in 2021. However, have to deal with the labor shortage. There is decreasing in workforce, so this is the main fact which influence a negative situation in Hungary. The population in Hungary is dropped. On the other side, the ratio of elderly population increased by 3%, and almost 19% of the population is above 65 years of age. That was in 2018, and the ratio of elderly people should more than double up to 2060. Hungary has a change of pension system into 2 pillars. So there is also increasing of retirement age, and the period of minimum paid insurance was 20 years. In 2009, there was national strategy concerning the elderly developed, and 2 programs which focus on employment policies. Life expectancy is 76 years, and healthcare and elderly care policies devote to national public health program. So this is the strategic document. Let's have a look at a comparison, and the situation in V4 countries is very similar. All the countries have a multipolar pension system, which was reformed after 1990s, so after communism. The youth pension system is PAYG, it means pay as you go, with other options for mandatory savings, so that people can save the money on their own, and this will be more important. Countries had to change the level of retirement age because the pension system from the socialistic area was not sustainable, and the process of the change, the retirement age is undergoing. So in every country is set up pension insurance. Regarding the retirement income, that is adapted according to inflation rate, but with the comparison with European Union average standards. So the income is under European average rate. We also prepare a projection of pension expenditures. It is percentage of GDP. And we can see the future projections for all the countries. And as you can see, in 2060, there is very low pension expenditures in Poland, and Hungary will reach almost 15% of pension expenditures in 2060. Regarding all V4 countries, there were implemented different active aging policies, as we see, so within the mainly within the employment of elderly people, and they have different titles, but the main priorities are similar. So regarding the employment, there is strategies based on the European Union and active aging program. So we can see also on our chart what is the employment of elderly people between all the countries. Regarding the healthcare system in V4 countries, there was transformed after 1990s, so toward capitalism, and most successful system is in Czechia according to life expectancy. Also, countries implementing many different programs, but the main priority is common high quality treatment. And now V4 healthcare system face problems with the increasing ratio of old people and the capacity of elder care services, even though the whole system is loaded by the consequences of pandemic COVID-19. So of course there are problems from last year's situation. So this was the last chart, and thank you for attention. So I hope Nicola or Zuzana will get back and will answer your detailed questions. So thank you so much.
I'm sorry, I was mute. Once again, thank you for your contribution. And as I can see, Nicola is present. So Nicola, do you want to tell any additional information?
I would like to ask you that the policies connected with population aging is very wide topic, and it is said that the situation is not sustainable for the long term. So,
thank you. So we can start. We can start a short discussion or deep discussion. Is anyone interested in contributing to the discussion? No questions?
maybe
I have. Yes, please.
Andrzej, please.
I have one question. How do you see the future in pension system in the context of aging population?
better or
I will give you I will give us a word to Nicola maybe because she was preparing this.
yes, I think the pension system is not sustainable in the long run in every Visegrad countries. I think that the reform is necessary. And I think the best pension system is in Poland now, but in Czech Republic is not sustainable for us and for elder people.
Okay, I ask because in Poland, beginning to work in pension system, and I'm serious what it look like because there will be likely be a reduction of insurance fillers, and from 2021 from this modification of pension system, so-called capital plans have been created in work places where contribution will unfortunately additionally paid to insurance company. So this is the salary is 2021 is smaller, and this process is very important, and of course will be very controversial in Poland.
Yes, yes. I think that in the Czech Republic, the pension system is in the long-term period, it will be necessary reform due to increasing expenditure on the pension system, and even according to the projection, the ratio of retirement income to average salary will be decreasing for the long perspective in other Visegrad countries.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's very nice to see you face to face. Not only in email.
And in November personally.
Yes. Yes. We hope.
Maybe our colleagues from Slovakia can inform us about pension system in Slovakia. Zuzka Poláková, please. No response. I think we are a little bit tired. So we can, if there are no questions, nobody wants make any comments. So we can therefore consider the morning part closed and start a break for lunch. And the afternoon part starts at noon at 12 o'clock. So I wish everyone good taste and a lot of energy for the afternoon part of the workshop. Thank you very much for your contributions.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the second part of our meeting. This afternoon, we are going to discuss section B and C, population projection and questionnaire survey. And now, let me ask Marietta Kish or another representative of the Hungarian team to know us with the population projection of Visegrad countries. Please, you can start.
Thank you very much. I try to share my screen. Just a moment.
Your chapter is very well done.
Okay. Can you see my presentation?
Yes.
Thank you very much. So in my presentation, I will talk about population projections between 2020 and 2050. So this was the topic which was assigned to our team from Hungary. As a starting point, I have to tell that several international institutions provide population projections, usually with an upper limit of 2,100. In this presentation, I will primarily focus on population projections provided by the European Union. However, at the end of my presentation, I will talk a little bit about other population projections provided by other international organizations. So after this short introduction, I will talk about population projections at European level, but with special attention to Visegrad countries. And after this, population projections of Visegrad countries will be discussed based on some scenario analysis. The next topic will be the old age and total dependency ratio developments in Visegrad countries. And next, population projections at NUTS2 levels will be discussed in Visegrad countries. And as I said before, I will briefly compare some other population projections, and I will close my presentation with some concluding remarks. So to place the population projections of Visegrad countries into a broader context, I will start with population projections at European level. The population of the European Union has reached 447.7 million people in January 2020. This may seem to be a high number. However, we have to note that natural change of European population has been negative since 2012. The total population of the European Union has increased from 1960. However, it is expected to stagnate or even decline in the future. The Visegrad countries make up around 14.3% of the European population, which means more than 64.2 million people. The largest member of V4 group is Poland with almost 38 million people. The second one is Czechia with 10.7 million people. The third one is Hungary with 9.8 million citizens. And the fourth one is Slovakia with 5.8 million people. This map shows the projected population of some European countries in 2050 compared to the baseline 2019. So the population of the countries are considered to be 100% in 2019. By studying these population projections, we can conclude that there will be a few countries in which the population is expected to increase by a very high degree, namely Iceland with more than 37%, Malta with more than 35%, Ireland with almost 27%, and Luxembourg with more than 25% increase. Beside these countries, the population in Sweden, Cyprus, Norway, Switzerland, and Liechtenstein will also increase by 10 to 20%. The population in Austria, Spain, Denmark, the Netherlands, France, and Belgium will increase only moderately, the rate of increase will be between 1 and 5%. All of the other countries in the European Union will experience a population decrease, and the rate of population decrease will different, however. Population decrease will be a characteristic of the Visegrad countries as well. The highest population decrease is expected to happen in Poland, with more than 10% decrease in population. In Hungary and in Slovakia, the population decrease will be more than 5%. However, in Czechia, the population decrease is expected to be only around 1%. Similarly, Germany, Slovenia, Italy, Finland, Estonia, Portugal, and Greece will also show a population decrease, a moderate population decrease between 1 and 10%. The highest decrease will happen in Croatia, Bulgaria, Romania, Lithuania, and Latvia. The population decrease is expected to be between 16 and 27%. Overall, in the 27 member states of the European Union, it is expected to have 1.26% population decrease. However, in case of the 19 member states of the Eurozone, we can expect a slight population increase of 0.79%. We can say that there is a significant contrast, however, in population changes between the core and the periphery, both at European and national levels. Especially the northern parts of Europe, some metropolitan areas such as London or Paris, parts of Western Germany, Northern Italy and Scandinavia have benefited from huge population growth, and the trend is expected to continue in the future. There is an increasing population concentration in certain urban areas and mostly in southern European coastal areas, while depopulation happens in rural, sometimes already sparsely populated areas. Regarding the Visegrad countries, as I said before, the highest rate of decrease will be expected in Poland. The rate of decrease in this country will be stable. In this respect, only Hungary is similar to Poland, with a relatively stable rate of population decrease. However, this rate is significantly lower than the rate of Poland. In case of Slovakia, we can say that the population will decrease only moderately until 2030. However, after this date, the population decrease will be much higher. And in case of Czechia, we can experience a population increase in the forthcoming 5 years. However, after a short stagnation period, the population will decrease also in this country. In terms of the numbers, we can say that the population in Czechia will decrease by 100,000 people in this time frame, from 10.6 million to 10.5 million people. In Hungary, the population decrease will be around 500,000, and the population will decrease from 9.8 million to 9.3 million. The largest decrease is expected to happen in Poland, with more than 3.5 million people. So the population of Poland will decrease from almost 38 million to slightly more than 35 million. And the population in Slovakia will decrease by around 300,000 people, from 5.4 million to 5.1 million. The population changes are highly affected by the fertility and mortality levels and the migration levels as well. And different scenarios were made with various assumptions on these variables. Here I will show you two assumptions on fertility and mortality levels. And after this, I will also show you some assumptions on migration levels. All of these studies were done in Visegrad countries. And compared to the baseline 1.12% population decrease in Czechia, with the assumption of lower fertility rates, we can assume that the population will decrease by almost 8%. Similarly, the population will decrease by almost 11% in Hungary, which is around double of the baseline population decrease. The population decrease in Poland will exceed 16% in the assumption of lower fertility rates. And in Slovakia, similarly to Hungary, the population decrease will be around twice as the baseline population decrease. If we assume lower mortality rates, however, the figures are better. In case of Czechia, the population will hardly change with this assumption. In Hungary, the population will still decrease. However, the decrease rate will be significantly lower than the baseline rate. In Poland, the population decrease with the assumption of lower mortality rates will be 9%. And in Slovakia, the population decrease will be 4.46%. Regarding the migration levels, we have three assumptions: higher migration assumption, lower migration assumption, and no migration assumption. With the higher migration assumption, the Czech population is expected to increase in this time frame by 1.38%. But by a lower migration assumption, the population will decrease by almost 4%. In Hungary, with the higher migration assumption, the population will still decrease. However, the decrease rate will be half of the baseline level. And with the assumption of lower migration level, the population will decrease by 8%. In Poland, the population decrease will be a little bit smaller than the baseline level in case of higher migration, and a little bit higher with the assumption of lower migration. And in Slovakia, it is similar. With higher migration assumption, the population is expected to decrease by 4.6%, and with lower migration assumption, it's expected to decrease by more than 6.5%. And if we assume no migration, the picture will be much worse. The population in Czechia is expected to decrease by almost 9%. The population in Hungary is expected to decrease by almost 14%, which is the highest decrease among the Visegrad countries. And in Poland, the decrease will be almost 13%. And in Slovakia, the decrease will be more than 8.4%. So we can conclude that while migration could increase population on its own, it will not be enough to reverse the negative trend of declining population in most of the Visegrad countries. Moreover, migration from outside of Europe's borders could bring both opportunities and challenges to the European regions. The diversion of migrants from non-European countries may pose further challenges for the European Union and its countries. So a number of short-term and long-term policies are needed to handle these issues. As previously was mentioned today by Andrei and the others, Europe's population is aging quickly. And this can be seen clearly from studying the old age dependency ratio and the total dependency ratios in European countries. The old age dependency ratio is calculated as the number of people aged 65 or above divided by the number of people aged between 15 and 64, sorry. And this ratio was 0.313 in 2019 in average in 28 member states of the European Union, but it is expected to increase to 0.5 till 2050. The old age dependency ratios of Visegrad countries were around 0.2 and 0.3 in 2019. However, it is expected to increase to 0.5 to 0.6. This means that while in 2019 there were 20 to 30 old age people, so these are usually inactive elderly people, for 100 people of working age. In 2050, it is expected that there will be 50 to 60 old age people for 100 people of working age. The total dependency ratio is similar to the old age dependency ratio, but additional age classes are included. It's the number of people aged under 20 and 65 or above divided by the number of people aged between 20 and 64. Total dependency ratio on average was 0.86 in 2019 in the 28 member states of the European Union, but it's expected to increase to 0.93 to 2050. In the Visegrad countries, the ratio was around 0.6 and 0.7, but after slower increase until 2035, it is expected to show a faster increase, and they will peak above 0.9, which means that in 2050, it is expected that there will be 90 inactive people for every 100 active people of working age. The differences among the projections within and between Visegrad countries could be attributed to the differences in fertility rates and mortality rates and changes in migrations by regions. All regions of the European Union are affected by these forces. However, remote, rural, and border regions face massive depopulation. Thus, the impact of these variables is much stronger on these regions. Generally speaking, western and northern part of the European Union is expected to have a favorable situation in the future. It is interesting that among the 36 regions of the European Union with the highest population growth, approximately 23 regions are located in northern states. 5 regions are located in the north, 23 regions are located in the western states, and 5 are located in the northern states, and 5 are located in the southern states. And from eastern member states, only 3 regions are expected to have high population growth. NUTS 2-level population projections were provided by the European Union in 2013, and it covered the time frame of 2015 and to 2050. This map shows the projected change of population by NUTS 2 regions in Visegrad countries, and by studying these projections, we can conclude that there are only 3 regions with the highest expected population increase. And these are those 3 regions which I have just mentioned, that they are in the eastern countries. So these are Stredny, Kecsi, sorry for my pronunciation from my colleagues, and Praha regions with almost 42% increase and almost 33% increase, respectively. And the third region is Közép-Magyarország in Hungary with more than 30% increase. Beside these 3 regions, there are only a few regions in Visegrad countries which are expected to increase in their populations, namely Bratislavský kraj in Slovakia with more than 6% increase, Mazowiecki region in Poland with more than 2.2% increase, Jihozápad and Jihovýchod regions in Czechia with more than 1.5% increase, and Pomorski region in Poland with 0.8% increase. All of the other regions in the Visegrad countries are expected to experience a population decrease. The highest population decrease is expected to happen in 4 Hungarian regions, namely Észak-Magyarország with more than 35% decrease. And then Dél-Dunántúl, Észak-Alföld, Dél-Alföld regions will experience around 20 and 23% population decrease. And there are some other regions in the Visegrad countries which are expected to decrease in their populations, such as Świętokrzyski region in Poland with almost 20% decrease, Západné Slovensko region from Slovakia with almost 18% decrease, and Lódzki, Śląski, Opolski, Lubelski regions from Poland with around 16 to 17% decrease. In Eastern Europe, there could be large differences in population projections at even lower level, that is between the largest and the smallest cities. For example, in Czechia and Hungary, population in urban regions are expected to increase, while rapid aging in rural areas are expected to be more prevalent. This has been an ongoing trend, however, because the younger and economically productive generations are moving from the rural regions to the urban regions. But while this tendency has impacted the target region positively, this tendency has impacted the region of origin adversely. So not only the population has decreased in the rural regions, but the makeup of the population, the remaining population, has changed as well, which resulted in faster aging in those rural regions. Although, as I said before, on average, old age dependency ratios are expected to grow in all Visegrad countries, there are huge differences in their regions. This can be clearly seen in this figure, which depicts the projected old age dependency ratio in Visegrad countries. If we study this map, we can conclude that there are some regions in Visegrad countries with very high expected old age dependency ratios, namely Západné Slovensko in Slovakia, Észak-Magyarország in Hungary, and Świętokrzyski region in Poland. But the majority of Visegrad country regions will experience high old age dependency ratios, however, not so high as the previously mentioned 3 regions. There are also some regions which will experience moderate old age dependency ratios. These are Polish, Slovakian, and Czech regions. And there are only 2 regions within the Visegrad countries in which the expected old age dependency ratio will remain relatively low. These regions are Közép-Magyarország in Hungary and Praha in Czechia. The reason behind the relatively low level of expected old age dependency ratio is the fact that the capital cities are located within these regions in both Hungary and in Praha. And the capital cities provide very attractive job opportunities for the young, economically active population who are moving into these urban regions, thus decreasing the old age dependency ratio of these regions. As I said before, at the end of my presentation, I will provide a brief comparison of population projections made by various international organizations. the differences in these population projections lie in the different data sets, the different methodologies and different assumptions which were used by these international organizations. If we look at these figures about Visegrad countries' population projections made by these three organizations, we can conclude that the population projections made by the European Union and the United Nations are very similar on the long run in Czechia, Hungary, and in Poland. However, the population projections are somewhat different from the OECD. The projected population will be lower based on the OECD projections in case of Czechia. However, the trend is similar to the projections made by the European Union and the United Nations. The projected population decrease in Hungary, which is provided by the OECD, will be steeper and stronger than the projected population decrease provided by the European Union and the United Nations. And in Poland, we can say that population projections of each of these three institutions are quite similar. However, in case of Slovakia, we can detect a divergent trend in population projections. So in conclusion, we can say that the Visegrad countries are expected to experience a fast population decrease and a fast aging. However, at regional level, there will be huge differences. Central urban areas are expected to see an increasing population, while rural areas are expected to see depopulation with fast aging tendencies. So these issues pose challenges for the European Union and for the Visegrad countries as well, and they require careful short-term and long-term plans to handle. Here you can see the sources which we used to prepare this presentation. And thank you for your attention.
Thanks to Marietta for presenting the population projection. I must say your projection for the Czech Republic seems to be very optimistic, because one of our recent projections works with the decrease of more than 2 million people. But conditions are changing and the projections must be recalculated. So it is now possible to address questions to the authors. You can ask our Hungarian colleague.
But you have a question, you can write to the chat, for example. Okay? Thank you.
Hello, we would like to ask, maybe you can explain what is the reason of the negative projection of population development in northern Hungary. There was one region which in population.
Yes.
So
Yes, I want to share my screen again to show you this map. I hope it can be seen now. So this is this red region. I think this is Észak-Magyarország. So the economic situation in this region is very bad. This region is or was in the past majorly focused on industry, but after the change of the regime, a lot of companies were closed, and a huge unemployment developed. which continues even today. So the unemployment rate is very bad in that region. And the majority of the young and well-educated people are moving to the capital city, to Budapest, from that region. From other regions as well. However, the internal migration is maybe the highest from that region, from Észak-Magyarország region. So I think this is the reason, because there are no opportunities. There are no too many opportunities for young people in that region.
And actually, I would add, if it's possible, that I came from that region and I live in that region as well. And that was a very industrial region before the regime change. And after the regime change, there's many companies, as Marietta mentioned, the industry went low and there was a very high unemployment. And actually that region is basically consists of very small villages. My village is only like 1,000 people. Only mostly old people, and there's a very high share of minority and marginalized groups, and there's a very high share of elderly people in that region, and basically there's high unemployment. There's no really possibility to change that. So the poverty is kind of high in compared to other Hungarian regions. And that's the reason that all of the young people who try to educate or work, they goes and travels and move into the close cities, but mostly to Budapest, to the capital city. So that's why it has the worst scenarios into the future. And actually it's in the worst condition among the Hungarian regions.
Thank you very much for your comments. Have you any other questions or comments to make?
The same situation is in Middle Slovakia, for example. I come from a small village, it's 20,000 people, and we have the same problem which talk about of Janos.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Has anyone else anything to say? If no, we can continue with the next contribution, which gives us now with the first outcomes of our questionnaire survey. So I would try to share. Yeah, tak. So I would like to know you about the first look at the data which are obtained from our questionnaire survey. It's only first look, basic. And at the beginning, I would like to say something about the main objective of our questionnaire survey. The main objective was to investigate the awareness, opinions, and practical experience of respondents who are directly involved in their work with demographic aging, and to compare the findings among Visegrad countries. So our respondents are people who deal in their work with the demographic aging, people who work in administration, public administration, in academic institutions, social services, health services, etc. I must say I haven't found any research where I asked people responsible for policies, social care or health care. So if you know about similar survey, please inform us. And as you can see, the main problem areas included in the questionnaire are to map individual perception of the demographic aging, It is divided into main areas, in two main problems areas as a change of demographic structure of the population, potential future problems of insufficient capacities and availability of social and healthcare services, elderly loneliness, and etc. The second problem area is to map opinions of the professionals on the readiness of Visegrad states to solve problems of demographic aging, opinions stemming from their knowledge or experience. And the third area is to compare the practical experience of respondents among Visegrad countries. Due to the problems caused by the COVID pandemic, we were forced to choose the electronic form of questioning as well as the online form of the workshop. We used the system Click4 survey, which enabled us to create national versions of the questionnaires. And the survey itself was preceded by a pilot survey, which was conducted in January this year in the Czech Republic and Slovakia. The selection of respondent was made by a combination of two methods, quota sampling and snowball, where respondents were asked to send the survey link to their colleague. Links to national versions of the questionnaire were distributed by the members of project team. And according to our sampling scheme, there would be an ideal 1,500 filled in questionnaires. 844 questionnaires were obtained, of which 445 in Poland, 169 in Hungary, 195 in the Czech Republic, and 45 in Slovakia. We are very surprised by the discipline and willingness to fill it in Poland. And what else? Let me show you basic characteristics of the sample. As we can see from the graph of the gender structure of the sample, women are more willing to fill in the questionnaire. The predominant proportion of women in the sample is also due to their predominance in the professions that were interviewed. In the age structure of respondents, groups of between 40 to 60 years predominate. This could be influenced also by the structure according to the highest attained education shown on the next slide and their work position. Given that the survey was focused on professionals, so it is not surprising that the structure according to the highest level of education is dominated by university education people, I think. As you can see. The structure of the respondents according to their work position is shown on this graph. You can see a strange category named other in Poland, but it's some misunderstanding in questionnaires, in data. This need deep inspection of data and its correction, I think. Shown on this slide is respondents' comparison according to their employment area. While in Poland, the respondents were mostly employed in public administration. In Hungary, they were predominantly employed in social services. And the share of this group in the Czech Republic looks balanced. Academic workers dominate among Slovak respondents. One of our hypotheses is that the responses would differ with the level of the administrative unit. of the geographic unit. Respondents at the highest level, ministry, regional agencies, etc., would have more information about the demographic aging and policies and so on. As we can see, respondents at the municipality level dominate. And now I come to my second point. The next part of my presentation is focused on the individual perception of our respondent to demographic aging. Question 1 of the questionnaire sought a general position on the issue of demographic aging. The comparison of the responses in Visegrad countries can be seen in the graph here. And the He-square test, followed by the sign test, I used the notorically known methods, confirmed significant differences in the intensity of perception of the importance of demographic aging. As you can see, while respondents in Poland and in the Czech Republic perceive demographic aging as a serious problem, respondents in Hungary take a neutral stance. Perception of our respondents to particular problems of demographic aging were seek in the question 2, evaluate please how intensively you perceive the following problems connected with demographic aging. So we try to seek their opinion to problems which are shown here: change of the demographic structure of the population, capacities and availability of social services, capacities and availability of healthcare services, poorly set legislation, pension reform, changes in intergeneration relationships, economic in the sense of reproduction of labor, security of the elderly, loneliness of the elderly, and other. So as we can see, there are no significant differences in the attitude towards potential changes in the age structure among Visegrad countries. More than 90% of respondents perceive this problem as very significant or significant. And the attitudes to future potential problem with capacities and availability of social services. As you can see, statistical test has shown significant results in the perception of potential problem in capacities and availability of social care services. This problem is very significant for the professionals in the Czech Republic and Slovakia, significant for the ones in Poland, and respondents in Hungary perceive it as neither significant nor significant. As you can see in this slide, the potential problem of the capacities and availability of healthcare services is perceived as very significant by respondents in Poland, and on the contrary, are not very significant by the respondents or for the respondents in Hungary. This is testing for poorly set legislation, which is interesting. Poorly set legislation is a very significant problem for the respondents in the Czech Republic, while in Hungary it is seen as insignificant. pension reform, respondents in the Czech Republic and Slovakia perceive the problem of pension reform as significant or very significant. It is associated with the poorly set legislation in the Czech Republic, I mean, which still does not have a pension system corresponding to the current conditions. Respondents in Hungary again took a neutral position. This is the slide for changes in intergenerational relationships. Changes in intergenerational relationships are perceived as very significant more often in Poland and Hungary, while the respondents in the Czech Republic took a neutral position. Economic, there are no significant differences in the attitudes towards the economic consequences of demographic aging. 84% of respondents see the problem of the reproduction of the workforce as very significant or significant. And the next is security of the elderly. The security of the elderly is significantly often perceived as very significant in Poland. Czech respondents significantly more often express a neutral attitude to this problem. Loneliness of the elderly. The loneliness of the elderly people is perceived more often as very significant or significant in Poland and in the Czech Republic. Slovak respondents took predominantly a neutral position, and Hungarian respondents perceive it as insignificant, as you can see. And there is a summary of respondents' attitudes to particular problems of demographic aging. I tried to summarize it in two tables. As we can see from the table, Hungarian respondents saw the analyzed problems more often as insignificant or very insignificant, or not very insignificant. It seems that professionals in Hungary are much more satisfied with the conditions in their country than respondents in other countries. It's a question. It's only a question for the debate. It also seems that Polish respondents perceive social problems more intensively, while Czech perceive more intensively the institutional or political problems. So it is connected with, I think, religionity and maybe mentality of the country. At the end, I would like to say that this presentation is only consists of only first findings focused on the individual perception of respondents. And what else do we need to do? We need to do in-depth statistical analysis. So we must analyze the respondents' views on preparedness of Visegrad countries to future challenges connected to demographic aging, respondents' opinions on the possible future development of selected problem areas, and also to evaluate practical experience of respondents. And then we must link the results of statistical analysis with the research outcomes of other team members. The result will be our final monograph. So thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you very much. And thanks to all partners for distribution the questionnaires. And it's possible from Slovak teams please more questionnaires. So if it's possible, till and July, 50 questionnaire more is possible, please.
So we are sorry for small number of respondents, but we asked more than 200 people, but there was very weak return rate from respondents. So we asked really a large number of people, but there is very weak return rate. So we are sorry for that. Maybe we could ask more, but I don't know if there will be more answers.
You know the results. Yes.
Thank you.
But we can try. We can try it.
For sure.
So, do you have any questions to me? It's only first look because I terminated the survey this week. Yes. If no, thank you for your attention. And the last presentation is devoted to the economic and social consequences of demographic aging. Therefore, let me ask a representative of the Slovak team to present it. And at the same time, I must apologize our colleague Marcela Káčerová for not see her at the morning section when we introduced ourselves. Please, it's time for your contribution.
Please, microphone. Your microphone is off, please.
Oh.
Perfect.
Okay. Good afternoon. You can try share my presentation.
Your microphone is off, please.
Oh.
Yeah, now it's okay.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. And we see your presentation, we see.
We see. Oh.
Yeah.
Good afternoon. Let me introduce myself. My name is Marcela Káčerová. I work at Common Use University Faculty of Science in Natural Science in Bratislava. Especially, I work at Department of Economic and Social Geography, Demography, and Territorial Development. The theme of my contribution is economic and social consequences of population aging in Visegrad countries.
Is the presentation is okay?
the theoretical background of these problems is this population aging. You can explain about several demographic factors. The generation born after the Second World War is reaching its retirement age, and Europe has one of the lowest fertility rates, and people are living longer and longer. These three basic assumptions suggest the age structure becomes older, and in the number of people, retirement age is simply increasing. European population. You can population aging is the one of the dominant social economic factors of the 21st century, and social and political problems caused by the aging demographic profiles of welfare states are multifaceted, and among these issues they concern the dominant question is sustainability of social security of the pension system, as well as the quality of life, old age and long-term care for the elderly. What are the possible consequences of the aging art structure? We can talk about three significant areas: more dependence and fewer working age. Adults support them. It means the economic base for financing age-related public policies gradually expanding, and slower pace and age-related expenditure. The second, the aging of population is placed on intergenerational support system open to constant change, and the third, the aging process exposes older people to higher societal risk of isolation and exclusions through the changing in their living arrangement with increasing predominance of individual household. Challenging arise from the rapid increasing in the share of the oldest. We could call this area negative consequences. The first aspect of population aging is positive. It is the increase growth of life expectancy, main life expectancy at 65 years old. With regard to the Visegrad Group, it can be stated they have below average values of life expectancy of the age of 65, as the map shows. It in the observed time series years 2010. And then 2019, the highest values have Poland and the Czech Republic, which are close to the value of 18.5. And on the other hand, Slovak seniors still had the lowest value of life expectancy among the Visegrad Group in 2010 years. In the course of 10 years, they recorded the largest increasing among the Visegrad Group by 1.6 years. But not only in lifespan, but especially the life expectancy of health, because years of life spent on unhealthy condition without limitation on disability, because generated extraordinary demand for healthcare or long-term care services. These indicators reflects reflect economic development, public healthcare, improving the nutrition of the population, increasing the educational and cultural maturity of society. Across the European 28 in 2018, women age 65 could expect to live an average 10 years old in healthy states, older men very slightly less. Slovak seniors aged 65 have only a quarter of their lives ahead in good health. In other countries, it's more than 40% of the remaining years of life. The second areas of consequences, population aging, if the main transformation or the effects of economic consequences population aging is the size of productive age group. According to Eurostat, this group is defined 15 to 64 years. In the context of structural changes, the age group grew in the country, in the Visegrad country until 2009 or respectively 2007. It is because both baby boom cohorts were in the productive age group. Consequently, the size, the productive age group decreases at the same time as the number of people over the age of 65 increases. The size of the productive age group also affects the entry of small cohorts born in 19 years old. Its growth cannot be expected in the following years. One of the most commonly used indicators is the overall demographic dependency ratio, which is defined as the ratio of dependent age of group of children and seniors to the population in productive age group. The dependence of young population has decreased significantly, depending on the decline of children. On another hand, in the last 10 years, this dependency has also increased slightly, most remarked in the Czech Republic, where the highest increase in live births is in Visegrad Group. Is the regards a study of level of support we can potentially provide to older people in the working age population can be analyzed. We monitor two indicators: economic of potential economic support and index of social support. Today, in European average, there are 2 people of working age for every seniors over the age of 65. In the Visegrad countries, this indicator appears to be more positive, ranging from 4 to 3 works per 1 senior. Second indicators, index of potential social support expresses how many people aged 80 and over more per 100 people aged 50 to 64. This relationship can also be understood as a relationship between generation parents and their children as a potential possibility of direct intergenerational help. Social support index is growing significantly, which is strongly correlated with improving mortality rates. The countries of Czech Republic, Poland, and Hungary have 2000 22 to 23 people age 80 and over per 100 children age 50 to 64 years old. Slovakia has the lowest volume of work, only 17%. European average up to 27. In additional to these social consequences, which are due to radical change in the age structure, it's primarily the transfer of individuals from work, active life to retirement, which to fundamental changes in the life of seniors, source of income, the paid income changed to in pension. Some older people, seniors will stay in work longer than they really want to, because they're afraid that they will not have enough money if they live to the old age. And other people are unable or unwilling to continue work. Increasing the retirement age is one solution to an aging population, but the effects of a higher retirement age will not be felt equally. Those with private saving may be able to still retire early. Thus, with low income paid jobs are more likely to have to keep working. Particular effects relate to the assessment of employment over the age of 65. The characteristic of Visegrad Group differ. The main way to increase employment in old age is to be able to increase funding with security on old age. Slovakia and Hungary is the long run for lower employment, valuing at around 2%. Only after 2015, employment of 65 and more years increasing, and a current value of 40.5%. The trend of Poland and Czech Republic, which are to increase the employment of the population over the age of 65 in the monitoring time series, is getting closer. The second aspect of employment in older age is a form of employment, with decreasing share of employees in retirement age. The share of part-time workers is also raising. Data in Visegrad Group suggests that is the form of work. It is only a trend in recent years. The case of Czech Republic, this is a longer term trend where slightly more than 50% of workers over the age of 65 work part-time. On the contrary, in Slovakia, the curve indicates that is not a stable phenomenon. Perhaps in the last 5 years, it's at a level close to 35%. This second area of consequences is social consequences. It is very broad and will present only some possible areas of the social aspects of aging. In recent years, the size of household has changed significantly as a result of low fertility rates, higher divorce rates. In context of population aging, the number and proportion of older people in Europe are living alone, especially older women. They form and are a particularly vulnerable group in society with an increased risk of poverty or social exclusion. The first premise is a place housing. Dichotomy between urban and rural housing has the same pluses and minuses for seniors. On the one hand, the countryside is connected with the natural environment and recreational activities. At the same time, however, with a small expansion of services for the elderly. At the same time, the city can be a good place to live because it has the services the seniors are looking for. In 2019, there were 90 million older people aged 65 years or more living in Europe. Of this, almost 40% were living in intermediate regions and 38 in predominantly urban regions, living 22% in predominantly rural regions. Within the Visegrad countries, Slovakia is the country with the lowest share seniors living in the category of predominantly urban regions, only 12%. By contrast, Poland and the Czech Republic have about a quarter share. What about structure of seniors household with whom the seniors are alive? This area often expresses our attention that changes in family structure are also frequent among the elderly. Of course, they are basically shaped by processes and events of different nature. From this led to the changes in the case of young or middle-aged, children moving away from home, death of the spouse, later moving in with children are the main forces shaping the family structure and structure of household in old age. Eurostat data for 2019 suggests that more than 67% of people live with someone, which means that less than 33% live alone. With the distinction of gender, great differences are created in the areas of Visegrad countries. Older women were more likely to be living alone, which is a consequence of better mortality rates. Individual household of women over the age of 65 accounted for Hungary and Czech Republic, which exceeds the European average of 40%. In the case of Slovakia, it's only the level of 12%, and the Polish men show slightly higher value. Last aspects of social consequences is a risk of poverty in older age. Analyzing the effects of population aging in countries, the former socialist bloc as well is in Visegrad Group. Both of emphasizes that a potential intergenerational rift has opened the shock of the fall of communists affected various younger people who could relatively easily recognize their life cycle to adapt to which change economic, social, and political. Conditional and older people for whom such a reorganization was more difficult or even impossible. One particular manifest of potential rift is intergenerational differences in well-being, both objectively and subjectively. Old age income maintenance programs were due to economic difficulties and the need for austerity measures during the transition to a market economy. Poverty rates amongst older persons increased significantly, according to Eurostat. In 2018, there were 74 million people at risk of poverty in Europe 27. Some 13 million of these were older people aged 65 years or more. In 2019, 18.5% of women over the age of 65 were at risk of poverty in Europe. As a result, the countries of Hungary and Slovakia did not even reach the European average. On the contrary, Poland and Czech Republic is more than 20%. In the long term, the proportion of older people or the women in the Visegrad Group increases. Older women were more often at the risk of poverty because their working lives were interrupted, motherhood, lower paying jobs, etc. This causes them to earn a lower pension than men. They face a higher risk of poverty in retirement. The last, my post outlined some specific on the consequences of population aging. Certainly did not exhaust them all and did not explain them then. In the context of the demographic of population aging in my research in 2014 to demographic research of population aging, two pairs of countries with a similar development of changing in the age structure of Poland and Slovakia and Hungary and the Czech Republic are identified in the same assessment of the effects of aging. It's various parameters. It seems that it anymore. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you for the interesting contribution. I suggest that we now begin the general discussion. You can task the author of the last contribution. We can also discuss any other questions. Any comments are welcomed, please.
Yes, I would like to ask you, Marcela, what social consequence of population aging do you see as the biggest problem in the future in Visegrad countries, completely in your personal opinion?
It's difficult to say what is the I think that the biggest consequence of aging population in Visegrad Group is longevity of people and then dwelling of people, long care of people. I don't know exactly.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Have you any other questions or comments?
Yeah, I have a question for each partners. Is your country, we can start it in Poland, is your country ready for the demography's aging?
What is your opinion?
Yeah, your opinion. What do you think about the situation? Not data, but the situation now. For example, Andrei.
Can start.
Okay,
you can start.
I think not yet, because it's many problems. Yesterday, I read the article about, according in this presentation, consequence pandemic COVID-19. What's the mean? This article shows that the situation also worsened due to the COVID pandemic, result the unfortunately increase the number of cancer patients. In the demographic point of view is the very important, especially in the context of mortality increase. But implemented to solutions in the field of social policy, education, and also healthcare, and increase the financial from budget. This is processes are to mitigate this process. But I said my presentation that the process of population aging not be stopped, but we are seeking solutions to mitigate this then. This is a very important. We are to seeking solution, new approach to many aspects of social life, especially security, healthcare, pension system, etc., etc.
Super, thank you very much. And please, János, your opinion. Is Hungary ready for demographic aging?
Oh, I don't think so also that the country is not ready yet, but this is my only subjective experience or opinion, because I don't see yet the whole picture. But I think in Hungary, there's a very high share of elderly people, and especially they live in very small villages. So they became more and more lonely, and they became alone. And as all of these small villages got aging, there's basically they are left alone in some sense. So I think we should need, beside the monetary values, so beside increasing money and things like that, money transfer to the elderly people, I think we should arrange some kind of helper system or something like that, an organization. Actually, within the survey, we get contacted by a lady from the capital city, and she mentioned that they doing this kind of things. So they voluntarily arranged an organization, and they have a high number of members, and they try to help on the elderly people in the capital city. And actually they contacted more than 900 elderly people, and on a daily basis they try to help them in everyday life and in smaller and greater tasks. So I think that should be a good way to put aside the monetary transfers to the elderly people, but I don't really see how could be that arranged in the rural areas, because there's no younger people left there, because they moved to the cities to work, and actually it's a great problem that many people left the country, and many people went to Germany primarily, and London, and all of these countries to work. So I think some of the estimates says that it's more than 500,000 people left the country because to work outside, to work abroad, and things like that. So I see this as a very hard problem, and I don't know how this current situation, current governmental help will change the situation. We now see that there's more willingness to marriage and settle down even in villages and rural areas, because they get some support from the government. But but I don't know whether it's a temporary or a permanent impact.
And is a big difference between North region and South region?
Yeah, it's rather the eastern region and the western region of the country. So even if Hungary is, for me, it's interesting, even if I live here, that it's a very small country and we have like 9 million people and the territory is very small as well. But there's a huge difference between the eastern and the western part. Yes. And the eastern part is like, traditionally, it's a poor region with high unemployment and there's no really opportunity for the people. And the western region, because it's closer to Austria, for example, and Germany, and it's in a much better situation. And you can see this in the salaries or general differences in the wages. So many people move towards the western parts of the country because the wages
is better in this region. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because the wages are much more higher. So for me, I think it's not just generally what happens in the future, but I think we should solve somehow this regional problem here in the country as well, that even we have this high heterogeneity in the country between the eastern and western part. And of course, all of the eastern countries neighboring us have the same problem. I think a part of Slovakia as well, and Romania and Bulgaria, these countries are suffering from the same problem.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
And Slovakia, this is my home, but now I am in Czech Republic. What do you mean? The situation in Slovak Republic?
So actually, we agree what János said because our situation is very similar to Hungarian, because there is a significant difference between eastern part of Slovakia and western part of Slovakia. And actually, I would just repeat what János already said. It's very similar to eastern and western difference in Hungary. But actually, population aging and some measures how to prepare for population aging is quite actual topic in our country these days, because actually government discussed some measures how to support young families, how to support natality, but there is discussion how to really address this support to those who need it, and how to address this support to make it effective. Because you may spend the money, but how to make it really effective to make natality, to increase the natality. And the second thing, there is also discussion about pension reform, because there is population aging in Slovakia. Number of old people is increasing, so there is also a broad discussion about pension reform. But actually, a lot of people are afraid of new things and are afraid of reforms. So it will be very difficult, and I expect it's a long way ahead of us because it's quite a difficult problem. And I think that's all from our side.
Thank you very much, and you can ask other people, and when you have some question for another topic, you can ask.
If I can, from my point of view, in the Czech Republic, the main problem is pension reform. And we need also to increase our readiness in terms of capacities and availability of social care for the future, I think. And the next problem is also rural depopulation. It is similar like in other countries, but not in the same rate in all rural areas. I think we have different rural areas. Some of them are influenced significantly by the processes of suburbanization or counter-urbanization, as we could see in Marieta's contribution. It's my small contribution to the discussion. Any other comments to discussion?
Yes, I would like to ask our Polish partner Andrzej. Andrzej, how can the aspect of religion in our country be reflected in the issue of population aging?
Could you repeat the question, because I have technical problems.
How can the aspect of religion in your country be reflected in the issue of population aging?
Currently, I from Silesia province. Silesia province is the region where we observed increase the process of internal migration to metropolitan, for example, Mazowieckie, Warsaw, Warsaw, capital of Poland, and west part of Poland. This is a metropolitan area. So many problems, especially in the Częstochowa. Częstochowa is the north region for Silesian province, is the adverse situation in labor market. The labor market is determining the also the population in the region, and also influence the process of population aging. But situation is very difficult, especially in my region. And other Poland, of course, region, for example, the north part of Poland and south of Poland. Also, the process of population aging is intensively, especially determined by the migration movement, internal migration movement to metropolitan areas. And this influence that the metropolitan areas, we observe increase the population growth. And this is very important in the shaping of the fertility. But in the case of Great Britain, the Polish population, especially Polish women, to decide the increased fertility. So this is a conclusion that the economic situation is very, very important to determining the fertility. Of course, the changes in societies, norm, westernization, and many factors, and cohabitations, and the changes, cultural norm we observed, of course, determining the process. If we solve this problem of fertility, it should be seeking solutions to support, especially to young people, to decide to procreation in the future, especially, I mean, real estate market. In Poland, this very difficult situation in real estate market. So to public transfer, to support, especially to possibility credits to the pay, by the in the future real estate. I think that this is a very, very important in this case.
Yes, thank you.
But in Poland, this is a case special, because after the classical determinant, I mean fertility, mortality, this Poland population was determined by the cohorts in 1916, 1970, and 90 last century. So we will see. I hope so that this demographic situation will be to provide to the increase the fertility and to modification and structure of populations.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Please, microphone.
I forgot. I'm sorry. Have you any other questions about the demographic aging, or has anyone else anything to say?
My colleague, some invitation for you. Nicole, please.
Yes, we would like to invite you to the social program of our workshop. It's a virtual tour in monasteries in Český Krumlov. The start is at 4:30, and the tour will be online in Czech language with English subtitles in part. We are sending you a link to connect to our chat, and we hope that you enjoy this event.
Please see you in chat, this Zoom address. Yes? Okay.
So if we have no other questions, I think I can close this general discussion. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. And before concluding today's workshop, I would like to ask you for a brief evaluation, please.
So for our research team, we would like to really thank you for this opportunity to participate at this workshop. It was, I think, very useful, and we got a lot of information today. So thank you very much.
Anything else? No. So I think I will now give a brief resume of the main problems dealt with in our project. Even though the solution to the project faced problems associated with COVID pandemic, we could not meet personally. I dare say that we will be able to meet the goals. On behalf of the Czech team, I would like to thank you all for your work on the project, and I believe that there will be opportunities for further cooperation. The first step is the scientific internship of the colleague Skibinski, Andrzej, planned for November this year. Andrzej is welcomed, and we will try to arrange his stay valuable not only professionally. An invitation letter will be sent next week. Thank you very much for all your contributions, your attention and discussion. And this way we can declare our workshop closed. We wish you many successes in your professional and personal life, and we stay in touch.
Okay. From my point of view, thank you for your invitation. And of course, I open to cooperation with you now and will the future, especially to cooperation on the joint our publication in the especially journalism with impact factor. This is a very important, especially in the higher education, especially in Poland, after evaluation and reform higher education. Of course, cooperation between our university, I think this is very important. So I'm cooperating with you, especially in the field of demography. Once again, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Because I see Ms. Starherzak in list our participants, I would like to thank you her for her cooperation and help. I would like to introduce her. She's our project coordinator from International Visegrad Fund. So thank you, Evelina.
Hello, it's nice to meet you. I was just listening to you, especially this the last part of your meeting. I just needed to switch the room since these are my colleagues, and I will just show my face that you could see me. Thank you once again. It was very, very interesting discussion and very interesting presentation. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to be with you through the whole day, but I cannot wait to read your report after the project and have some more insights about the publication that you are preparing. And I'm glad that you create such an interesting event and with such a nice content. And thank you so much that I could be part of it.
Thank you very much. So it was very, very nice finish point. Thank you very much to all, and we will meet in the future, I think, personally.
So have a nice day, and thank you very much for all. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Thank you.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye.